chambers for a change. Because usually things are that side. Was I really check from here? Cebu, do everyone have the programs and things? Let's try to get everyone to come to. Are you all right? Maar iewers sit kry. Ja, so kom jy anders? Waar is die Dongeni? Dongeni sien nie like my business. Okay. Maar ons met een plat stoel hier, sorry. Waar is hij? Sorry, man. Hallo. Is er een ander stoel dat ons dit kan hier zitten? En dan kan ons één keer vir die spreker.
Ja, ouwtje.
Maar hier wordt misschien vragen gevraagd, niet zo die mensen kan misschien.
Bokoto, Tita mama,
Mbokoto. Watintu Mbokoto. Watintu Mbokoto. Watintu Mbokoto. Tita mama, 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 tita mama. Yeah. Watinta Mbokoto. Watintu mama. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. We are indeed very honored to receive you here in Parliament. You can see I cannot stop smiling. We're really honored to receive you here in Parliament. As part of our ongoing program, we have decided that we should have a session with legislators and also gender focal persons to internally begin to assess what it is that we have achieved so far. And that is why we have called all of you, and really, let me tell you, last year we decided to have the Women's Parliament. And everyone was asking me, do you think you can really call a Women's Parliament on short notice? And I said to them, I don't think there is a woman that knows short notice, because we are always combat ready, isn't it? We are always combat ready. And there was a lot of doubt, I must say. I never doubted that if you called a woman, and particularly for our own interests, and for the fact that we can see that even today we are still fighting to achieve gender equality, we will never be able to refuse to be called to actually confirm our resolve to change South Africa for the better. And that is the reason why I believe that all of us would be here. And indeed, we had a very good attendance. I think it is one of the flagship of the 6th legislature, the one of our Women's Parliament that we had last year in August, at the end of August. Now, let me start by acknowledging let me start first of all to request that all of us rise for a moment of silent prayer or meditation, something that is very important. Thank you. Sometimes we pray long, sometimes we pray short. So I give at least the time that it takes for me to make a proper thank you prayer. That is the time that I take. So at least that one we have done, because it's just really proper that we should start in that way. But before I start with the acknowledgement of those that are present, I also want to say that we didn't, as Parliament, we haven't arranged for an International Women's Day event, so we will regard this as our International Women's Day gathering. The fact that all of you could make it means that we can, Deputy Speaker, am I correct? That we can decide to dub this our International Women's Day celebration. Now, International Women's Day sometimes are very low-key. I saw there was a commemoration this weekend. Unfortunately, we were not so informed about it. We would have loved to attend it, because it's sometimes very low-key in the province, although it has got a very significant meaning, because it was very early when women started to actually fight for their own rights in the workplace. And that is why today we can commemorate the fact that women's struggles didn't start with us. It started very early, and if we commemorate that women, we commemorate our heroines, people that were actually lost their lives in the struggle for change and a better life for all of us. So it is very early in the, I don't know the centuries. If 19 for me is 19th century, but I heard it's 20th century. That one, so let me not try to be smart or funny. Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Tsinodi, all speakers and deputy speakers in attendance. They have said there would be possibility of our Premier from Mpumalanga, MECs in attendance, and I've seen quite a few of you here, my colleagues, Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus and Women's Caucuses from the different provinces, Salga representative, the Chairperson on the CGE, members of Parliament, councillors, members of legislatures, distinguished delegates. Nicholas D. Christoph states the following, and I quote, "In the 90th century, the central moral challenge was slavery. In the 20th, it was the battle against totalitarianism. I believe that in this century, the paramount moral challenge is a struggle for gender equality around the world." Honorable members and distinguished delegates, when the national gender machinery was first conceptualized, it was envisaged to become the conduit through which gender rights would be activated by the state. It was envisaged as an important platform for channeling related policy concerns and issues in order to improve the status of women in South Africa. It was then that, just that. Sometimes people fight with me and say, you speak about women. What about those that doesn't identify as women, or identify as women but is not necessarily women? We are using the universal noun. In recent years, however, it is uncertain whether all the structural components of the national gender machinery are working as effectively as they should. Therefore, a dialogue on the status of the NGM is particularly appropriate as we, as the Sixth Parliament, begin our work. It creates the suitable platform for Parliament to assert its oversight and accountability role to enable the most appropriate responses to challenges we collectively face. Deliberations here today must give strategic impetus to discussions and action plans meant to strengthen the NGM. While addressing matters concerning the functionality of the machinery, we must also ensure that it is occupied with the implementation of urgent policy priority, without which the machinery cannot drive its business effectively. We are now at the critical crossroad in the life of our developmental state, where decisive and urgent actions must be taken in order to alleviate the social and economic pressures which are daily faced by vulnerable groups, women, children, the girl children, and others in these communities. Therefore, through robust engagement, this gathering must enable us to openly deliberate on the weaknesses and challenges of the machinery and devise workable solutions to address these challenges. Our discussions must enable us to anchor the work of the machinery in a set of relevant policy priorities, which are both coherent, cohesive, and measurable. We must further move to activate a process of sustained and structured engagement, solidified in an institutionalized oversight program. We must also advance to engage dynamically between the three spheres across districts and localities in order to ensure greater impact for the work we are doing. Most importantly, we must leave here today having crystallized a measurable gender mainstreaming trajectory for the Sixth Administration. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, with that we want to welcome all of you to the summit. We hope that we will have frank, open, honest, and robust discussions. And with that, I want to declare the summit open. And I also want to immediately invite our keynote speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, also my co-conspirator in the, in the program that we are supposed to be rolling out. If you look at our job description, you will see Deputy Speaker and Deputy Chairperson is responsible for sectoral engagement, sectoral parliament, sectoral work. That is one of our key responsibilities. And that is why, I love the Deputy Speaker for one thing. He can speak about any topic without looking on a paper. He will make his own notes. He will come with his own preparation. And I love him for that, which means I can phone him 12 o'clock at night and say, I've got 20 women in this room, come and address them. Deputy Speaker, with that we are giving over to you. Thank you very much.
I don't know whether I have authority to call the Deputy Chair to order. Her last comments describe exactly what you did to me. She spoiled my night. I would like to add my word of welcome to all of you. We are glad that you have made a significant choice to prioritize this gathering today. Although the subject is about a machinery, in other words, the kind of organization we have it in place and its state of health, in and of itself is not significant. It is only significant if the agenda it carries and informs what we do gets the quality attention that it deserves. So for me, that's the key issue. And I like what the Deputy Chair just mentioned here about that we should look at the state of health of this machinery. What I want to do just briefly, and frankly, I'm not a keynote speaker, although she said so. What I do is to provoke you. Yes. Because this is a summit, it's like a conference, it's like an intellectual break, an organizational political break. So I'm going to say things that might rub you the wrong way. So just put on your safety belts. The origins of March 8 are interesting, and I thought I should read you a few lines from a small article that speaks to this matter, and to explicitly mention the founders of that March 8 International Working Women's Day. I'll talk to the distinction that is made here. That it was founded in 1910. Now, you remember 1910? Was when the people who ran this country without our permission created the Union of South Africa to our exclusion. And one of the critical provocation for what became the 1912 formation of the African National Congress. It's a critical date, 1910. Because, and when I say a provoking period in war, there are factors that are historical that lead to an event, to a war. But the immediate ones are often called the casus belli, the reason for the final decision to go to battle immediately. But the reasons were culminating over a period of time. And similarly, because of conditions of working women in the world, a decision was taken in 1910 that an observation that the women's organizations then were national in many instances and essentially represented the interest of the rich and well-heeled and well-to-do to the exclusion of the working class. That it was necessary that women, working class women, across nations come together to create an international body that would focus every March 8 on the conditions of the working class in every nation. So this is the agenda. This is the reason for March 8. And the founding, some of the critical people who founded this movement, one of them was Clara Zetkin, the other one was Alexandra Kollontai. And part of the work that was done began, in fact, even earlier in 1871, when Charlotte Maxeke was born. Just making connections with the history that you know. So when we worry about the state of the health of the machinery, like those women then were worried not only about the state of health of the manner in which organization was taking place in the world to advance the interest of working class women, you are working and walking in the shoes of others who came before you. You are carrying forward an important tradition that recognizes the interconnectedness of the struggles of working women in every nation. That we are not parochial. Now, one of the interesting story about this matter, about in every nation and so on, is the story of the city I come from in Mangaung, in Bloemfontein. And this story came out of the work of a counselor, a historian based at Makana. It's going to change, I suspect, university, Rhodes University. Who says one of the key, her thesis, which she translated into a small booklet called "We Are Done with Pleading," was a reflection of women getting, Chairperson, don't call me out of order. I heard members in the House there, when they do want to use rough language, they claim they don't have it in their mother tongue, they wait. And Honorable Kwankwa of the UDM says, the only word I have is an Afrikaans word, hartful. But it's an interesting expression because it expresses what women came to the conclusion then, that the police were out of order and needed to be beaten up. Please don't even think about doing it today, all right? This is historical. And so they chose to use their pots, their pens, and all sorts of instruments to beat up police who sought to harass them from doing their work wherever they are doing so, including preventing them from brewing African beer and so on, in order to replace it with a manufactured one whose financial outcomes would be used to finance black local authorities and so on. So when the women did that, they were arrested. So Julie Wells, when she looks at the records in police stations and wherever women were arrested and so on, found that many of those women actually also came from the north of South Africa, in the rest of the continent. They came from Zimbabwe, they came from Botswana, they came from Zambia, as far away as Nigeria as well, in the records of those who were arrested. So that struggle was international in character, even at that stage. This is why it is sad now and then when we notice what, and the attitude that some people have towards others who come from elsewhere in the continent and also in the world. That in fact our struggle, the struggles of women, the struggle for liberation was informed also and worked in by women from elsewhere in the world. The inspiration came from amongst others, Clara Zetkin and Alexandra Kollontai. She was an inspiring figure historically in the struggle for gender equality, not only for gender equality per se, because often gender equality can mean including the well-heeled and the well-to-do in systems that exploit women and so on. And if you talk about the most exploited, is the reality that women remain in the majority of those who are exploited. I mean, recently the UN Women says, if you just paid women equally in the workplace, it would make such an impact on the economy that you wouldn't believe the progress it represents, just by paying men and women equally. It's a powerful observation, and it is scientific. It's not a thumbsuck. It's a reality that by underpaying women, you are leading to the underperformance of the economy. You have less people able to consume, and if that's one of the elements of what happens in any way, in any growing economy. You need people to be able to use the resources they have, to buy, to do things with what they have bought, and to create conditions socially and economically that is good for men and women and their families. So it is a critical observation that we must continually make, that the substance of the machinery must continue to represent the most vulnerable, the most exploited, that those who are well-to-do and rich must define their ultimate agenda to include the upliftment of others who are not included. So when we speak about an inclusive economy, it must not be inclusion in an exploitative system. It must be an inclusion in a system that lifts everybody, that is not biased against others. And so when we do, I want to speak about the machinery. The machinery must be targeting, working well together, but making the content of the work that we do to advance the interests of the most vulnerable. What is the value of our freedom if those who do not feel it are the majority? What is the value of our relationship with others elsewhere in the world if it is also not about supporting each other to create conditions for all to benefit from the systems that we use in our countries, in our nations? So we really think that you and us as men in different settings and so on and together are faced with a serious challenge of choosing the best from the history of March 8 and following on the ideas of others who were there before us as well. I must express my bias, and I have already done so. That my bias is for the improvement of conditions for the working class women in our society. They constitute the bedrock, the foundations upon which others stand, that their ability to be where they are is because of the conditions they've subjected others to. And that is unjust, unfair, and therefore we owe all those women our solidarity. Because any other system is not sustainable. It will not produce the result we would like to see. It will not produce the kind and quality of happiness that we deserve as human beings. I wish you all the luck you deserve, but only 1%. 99% must be about how in every neighborhood we act in a manner that is consistent with the agenda that prioritizes the most vulnerable. That we must act and work in our neighborhoods, wherever we are. And neighborhoods, I don't only mean geographic. I also mean sectoral neighborhoods. If you operate in a particular sector, this is critical, that what we do in there must be consistent with the agenda for lifting and working and providing solidarity with those who suffer the worst of the systems that we have in our nations. It is appropriate that we work together on these matters. You meet as women today in order to sharpen the focus of the work that you are doing, but central to the work you must do is also working together as men and women and others who describe themselves differently. As the chairperson was appropriately suggesting that we've now moved. We can't have a binary men-women only kind of relations. We now understand better the nature of human beings and the choices they have over how they represent themselves. And we have no business to impose it. Our own conservative perspective, I'm afraid to call it that. It is our conservative business sometimes when it irritates us when others represent themselves, not in the way, let me use this phrase, not in our image. And so it rattles us badly the wrong way and so on. So using the word tolerance is out of order in my humble view, because it insinuates a superiority of the one who claims they are tolerating and does not represent the perspective of the one about whom we are speaking. So we must choose our language appropriately to describe the other as genuinely equal. This is the problem. There's an inconsistency in us calling for equality, but when the popo hits the fan, we resort to old-fashioned conservative formulations that exclude us and treats us differently from others who treat themselves differently to us. And that's the roots of the problems that we confront. So we need that appreciation and understanding so that in our fight for equality, genuine equality, we do not have leakages in and amongst ourselves that will be represented by those kind of, shall I call them, backward views. I did say I'm going to provoke you. Without suggesting what I'm saying, you must accept completely. But this is a perspective that I think we owe it to them. And I do so because I have worked with, as I grew up, to accept views that I would never have thought I would have accepted. Because of the people I worked with who describe themselves different to me, even if they dress like me, but the kind of courage they display, both physical and intellectual, was amazing. It is contained in the records of our courts, some of the brilliance they represented in representing the political motivation for liberation in our country. So they were gay, they were lesbian, and they came across all of society. The courage they displayed was nothing less than any of us could represent. So there is order here. There should be order in our struggles, and there should be order in our perspectives. I appeal to you in your first neighborhood, in your family, to go and provoke. I know you know the views of your partners, and you can anticipate their reaction. So go forward and take the battle right there where it belongs. Because it is the socialization that emerges from there that is influenced by the macro system to reproduce problematic views that justifies the continuing exploitation that we must object to, with everything in the marrow of our bones, including in our households. There are those who object to the minimum wage. I mean, really, 20 hours, 20 rands an hour? They get paralyzed by anger. Because how do you dare think that I must pay these people? This is out of order. So I plead that the summit today, it proceeds to identify repairing the machinery, improving it, and oiling the interconnections it has with the world, so that we can operate consistently and effectively across all these boundaries. I was on a truck here receiving a memorandum from COSATU on behalf of Parliament. And I was with a Deputy Minister of Transport, and I said that if this place, Parliament, is not dealing with matters that affect people, even intimately, then it must close down. Because it's not relevant, it's not addressing things that people want to deal with. So I want to invite you to join me on that campaign that we must be closed down. Thank you very much.
You see, he didn't disappoint, isn't it? It's one thing about the Deputy Speaker, you will never be disappointed. And if you want to provoke us, I hope you can take the fire when we return it. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Like I said, as usual, you haven't disappointed. Before we continue, let me welcome the Premier from Mpumalanga, Malibongwe. Can you please stand up? Some of the people don't know who you are. So she's one of the few of us that are still remaining in that position. So we must make sure that we support her by every means. And also our Chief Whip of the Ncop, I've seen you. You sneaked in, Chief Whip. Welcome. You're more than welcome. Yes. I think you can give him a round of applause. He's always supporting our programs. Welcome, Honorable Chief Whip. Thank you. And welcome to all the other ladies also, or gentlemen and ladies that joined us. We really appreciate your presence here. And I'm one of those people that when I lead a program, I just call the speakers. But the Deputy Speaker really thoroughly provoked. He really thoroughly provoked me. Oh, let me welcome Kaule also, otherwise he will report me to the multi-party women's caucus that I haven't welcomed. Kaule, can you stand so that people can see you, please? In spite of the fact that she seemed to be a fighter, but she's very supportive in the Women's Caucus, and we welcome you here, my dear. And she said to me, the only thing is that we are in different churches, so we don't pray the same, so we mustn't worry about the fighting. So now we will ask Ms. Makubela from the CGE, so that she can actually, when I read through the paper, I see it's quite a very good research paper that you have done on the gender, what did you call it, Deputy Speaker? Environment. Let me put it like that. Thank you, you are welcome. And we are just going to have the 3 presentations, and then we will have for about 50 minutes commissions where we will discuss, and we will try to use time very economically. Over to you. Thank you, my dear.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to count.
If you need water or
Yes,
something,
please.
do something like that.
Okay, okay. I'll do that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Mama Lucas. Thank you for inviting the Commission for Gender Equality to come and present on what we have observed over time. And I must just say that it's very difficult to speak after the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, who speaks with passion. And I'm sure I'm not going to try and follow him, but it's really encouraging to really speak after the Honorable Deputy Speaker, and I always listen to his advices all the time. I just want to also indicate that we are encouraged to see that our documents are included in the pack. Our research report is in the pack, and our policy brief is in the pack. I would encourage the delegation or the delegates to really go through those reports. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, National Council of Provinces, Mayor Lucas, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Ntate Zinoli, the NCOP Chief Whip, Premier of Mpumalanga, provincial speakers and MECs present, chairperson of the multi-party caucuses from different provinces, honorable members of parliament, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I think just by way of introducing ourselves as the Commission for Gender Equality, we are a constitutional body. We were established by the Commission on Gender Equality Act number 39 of 1996 as amended. We are an institution that supports democracy and we promote gender equality in South Africa. We have a constitutional mandate, which is a mandate that says to us we need to promote respect for gender equality. We need to make sure that there is protection, development, and attainment of gender equality in the country. If you further look at Section 187, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, it provides that the CGE has the power as regulated by the national legislations necessary to perform its functions, including the power to monitor, investigate, conduct research, educate, lobby, advise, and recommend and report issues concerning gender equality, and we report to Parliament. Therefore, most of our recommendations would really revolve around policies and practices of organs of state, statutory bodies and functionaries, public bodies and private businesses, and to promote gender equality. We also look at existing laws and we make recommendations on those existing laws, indigenous laws and practices in the country, and we would look at those and would make our own recommendations. Last but not least, we look at the implementation of the international and regional instruments that we have signed and that we have acceded or we have rectified as a country. And all of those regional and international instruments that we look at, including our domestic laws, we look at those and we look at them with the gender lens, just to make sure that there is direct or indirect gender equality in all of those. So, in closing the introduction, the Commission remains committed to creating a society free from gender discrimination and a society where people shall have the opportunity and means to realize their potential, regardless of gender, regardless of race, regardless of class, regardless of religion and disability and geographic location. Mama, I must mention that as early as 2008 and 2009, the existing international discourse and vision was one of promoting the concept of national gender machinery. And this concept was one of the mechanisms that we looked at that will definitely address women's inequalities that we saw or that are still there in the country. So for us in South Africa, the vision was to develop structures in the state to promote gender equality through processes of gender mainstreaming that will take into consideration women's and men's concerns into the legislations of this country, policy-making processes, gender budgeting, and mechanisms and strategies that were geared towards achieving women's equalities in all spheres of life, both private as well as public. In the final national meeting that was held in February 2009, because we wanted to conceptualize this national gender machinery, I remember there was the late Honorable Minister in the presidency then, Umama Mantombazana Chabalala Msimang, who said, I open quote, "Women constitute the majority of the population, and this is sufficient to dictate women's inclusion in all decision-making bodies or structures or all issues concerning them, whether it's economic, whether it's social, and whether it's political or developmental." Members, I just want to say that although South Africa's national gender machinery has been universally acknowledged as one of the best practice model, the lack of skills to implement it, the resources that were not available at the time, the lack of integration and the lack of coordination, including the frameworks, with clear lines of communication and accountability, was the challenge which actually rendered the NGM ineffective. I must also mention that it will be possible for us to look at how this national gender machinery could have been best supported so that there are cohesive programs that can make a substantial dent on the challenges identified. So we are saying that a focus on gender equality as a key thematic area then was quite key. And I know that there has been processes that have looked at reviewing the past 20 years. I'm not going to go there because of time. I'm just going to go into what we have done or what has been done with regards to national gender machinery in government. The National Office on the Status of Women was located in the presidency then, and then there was a national policy framework for women's empowerment and gender equality states that this OSW was quite pivotal to play a role, a principal role in coordinating structures that would look at making sure that the national gender machinery was effective. And according to the NGP National Gender Policy Framework, we looked at the responsibilities of each structure that was part of the structures that was going to make sure that there is effective implementation of the national gender policy. And this was a tool that had to be used by individual government departments, whether at national or provincial level. And departments were required to dedicate gender units or focal points to assist in the formulation and implementation of effective actions, of plans or plans of actions to promote women empowerment and gender equality in various departments. Now let me come closer home, with your permission, Deputy Speaker. The Commission, as far back as 2011, CGE had engaged on a number of projects because we were also part of the structure. And these projects were geared towards gaining a deeper understanding of the state of the national gender machinery as well as provincial gender machineries and all these were underpinned by the provisions of the National Gender Policy Framework for women's empowerment and for gender equality. And some of those policies and the research work that we did is part of what you have in your pack. So basically, to date, we have, as CGE, published the reports titled Assessing the Effectiveness of the Gender Focal Points in South Africa. And that's the report in the pack. It's dated 2013. And a policy brief in the pack as well, titled Turning Event Managers into Gender Focal Persons. And this was in attempt to assessing the effectiveness of gender focal persons in provinces as well as in public service. That was done in 2014. Last work that we did was to look at the international or internal discussion document that we used as the Commission in terms of evaluating the effectiveness of the national gender machinery. And unfortunately, this pack this document is not in your pack. So from 2011, 2013, we did all of this. But we moved on in 2014. We went on to host a national gender summit like this one. And that summit resulted in a report themed reviewing the gains and challenges facing gender equality after 20 years of democracy. That's another very important document to look at. And we came with the following from there. We all noted in that summit that the conceptualization of the OSWs was done differently. And we looked at how these have evolved over time, over the 20-year period, and how these have existed in the offices of the premiers in various provinces, except for 2 provinces. I think there was uniformity in 7 provinces out of 9, but there was a completely different setup that was done in 2 provinces, and those provinces is Gauteng province as well as Western Cape, where the function of the OSWs was located under the Human Resources Directorate in Gauteng. And in the Western Cape, it's located under the Human Rights Directorate. The appointments of the national and provincial gender focal persons in various provinces was done differently as well, and the national and the directorate or the appointments were done at directorate level, but not at senior management level. And these are some of the things that we made recommendations to say if they sit at a lower level, they are unable to influence decisions, and they are unable to actually do quite a lot of work because there was not even a budget dedicated for them to do gender mainstreaming. The establishment of the Department of Women in 2009, now known as the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, was given the task to actually make sure that they are a secretariat of some sort for this kind of work. And the oversight role of the Commission for Gender Equality and the South African Law Reform Commission was actually given to these so that we can continuously monitor the effectiveness, the implementation, and everything else, which is why we came up with those reports, because we were playing that oversight role as part of the Chapter 9 institutions. So today, as we celebrate or have celebrated the 25 years, Honorable Premier, looking at the gains made, I think this period ushers the 6th administration and the 5th president of our country, the joint structures that were selected and the stakeholders that are seated here today, the opportune time, in particular CGE, the opportunity to assess the policies, the practices of organs of state and everybody else in terms of whether we are achieving gender equality in South Africa. And we will continuously look at what is happening in all 9 provinces. Let me skip quite a lot of information. I think for the, just to bring what we observed in provinces, because I think a lot of work and a lot of changes are seen in provinces, and at national level is just to play that coordination role. But the bulk of the work happens in provinces. So we looked in provinces in particular, and this is what we found. 7 out of 9 were doing the same thing. 2 were slightly different, but I think there are best practice models that we can borrow from the 2 provinces that are structured differently. In 7 provinces, this kind of work is located in the office of the premier or premiers, while the 2 provinces have chosen other models. So these 2 models are not aligned to the guidelines of the NGPF 2000. And the focus of provincial offices vary from one province to the next. And the differences in staffing also vary from one province to the next. So when we talk about the provincial gender focal persons, they vary in provinces, including the way the offices are actually liaising or having that relationship or working relationship with civil societies in those provinces. So in order for us to improve quality of women and girls and young women out there, we need to do the following. We need to continuously collect the data in 9 provinces. We need to make sure that we change the way we articulate or we do our theory of change, so that this theory of change, which is embedded on women's empowerment principles, can actually speak to what we're talking about today. Let me just quickly go to challenges, because I was given a scope to talk about challenges faced by NGM and PGM. I think what we have seen, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Ncop, was that the whole mechanism can be summarized as follows, and can be summarized according to thematic areas. The first one is that there were challenges or difficulties associated with lack of coordination at a national level, so that's the NGM. There was lack of standardization of operations across 9 provinces. There was lack of standardization on the provincial gender machinery staffing and recruitment guidelines. And there was varying job level placements and job role allocations for gender focal persons across 9 provinces. There was also lack of adequate financial resources allocated to the OSWs and the functioning of the provincial gender machineries. And last, there was inadequate political support and will and commitment from the offices of the premiers. I think it's only CGE that can be allowed to say this. Otherwise, when I visit 2 provinces, premiers, we have a standing working relationship. Some of the challenges that can be associated with the lack of mechanisms for institutionalizing gender or mainstreaming through provincial growth and development strategies in provinces. These are some of the things that we continuously emphasize to say, let's include gender mainstreaming in our PGDS. And we can actually look at what is happening. And I think only CGE can go and have a peep or a look at what's happening in those provincial gender provincial growth and development strategies, just to see if they are gender sensitive or gender blind. So the solution and recommendations we made out of our going in and coming out was that we proposed solutions and recommendations that can be clustered into the following. We said, under coordination and standardization, the Office on the Status of Women must ensure that all provincial departments appoint gender focal persons in a standardized format, or document best practice models that we have seen in Gauteng province as well as Western Cape province. Because I think out of this whole standardization, the models adopted by these 2 provinces seem to be working well. We are still going to go in and find out how are they working differently, but those 2 models are working very, very well. So we need to document those models, lessons learned, and replicate them elsewhere if we need to. So there's a need to review the appointment levels of the GPFs. We need to make sure that there is intensive capacity building programs on gender mainstreaming for the provincial gender machineries and those gender focal persons. And we need to make sure that we go and speak to the Department of Public Service and Admin, DPSA. DPSA should ensure that all government departments implement this NGM. And the DPSA Gender Equality Strategy Framework in the public sector needs to ensure that the key performance indicators of the DGs should reflect the effectiveness of the gender machinery and how we have attained equality, gender equality, as well as performance indicators. For an example, the appointment of gender focal persons should be located at the chief director or director's level, nothing like the acting director or lower levels. And this should be located at the chief director or director's levels, and they should report to the director general at the office of the premier, nowhere else, because the office of the premier is responsible for monitoring all other departments where gender mainstreaming is happening. So these gender focal persons need to report to the DG at the premier's office. When it comes to planning and budgeting, we are saying that the framing of the National Development Plan and provincial growth and development strategies must be underpinned by gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and we have included one more thing, which is audit approach. So we should include this when it comes to planning and budgeting. And those gender focal points should form part of the national gender planning and budgeting in provinces so that they are able to influence gender mainstreaming. All these budgets and plans should actually have a gender lens that says how does it benefit women and men equally. In terms of oversight, I'm about to finish, I know I'm very passionate about these things. Oversight, accountability, and legislations. We are recommending that the offices of the premiers are the main coordinating centers in provinces and source of policy support. So they should make sure that all provincial departments are strengthened, and they should coordinate everything that happens in all those government departments in provinces or at provincial levels. So the functions, they look at the functions of the office of the MEC, they look at the functions of the mayors, they should also further look at the functions of the executive mayors, including the municipalities. The provincial legislatures are constitutionally mandated to exercise oversight, role over the function of government, including its performance with regards to policies, plans, standing committees on the quality of life for women, youth, children, elderly, persons with disability. I think one thing that we should just throw in is the LGBTIQA communities. And we need to make sure that in provinces we work very closely with civil society organizations as they play a crucial role in terms of making sure that they hold us as government into account. So we should not leave them behind because they are usually our blind spot, but they hold us into account. So there is a need for us to actually look at the National Gender Policy Framework, revise it for our own benefit. There is a need at a national level to look at the National Development Plan Vision 2030. I think I was quite encouraged by the minister in the presidency, and Tate Jackson, who was saying that it's time to review the NDP vision, long-term vision, and we jumped as CGE to say we will be there when the NDP is reviewed, because we have realized that it should be more gender sensitive than it is at the moment. In conclusion, we should take note from the realities of how the provisions of the NGPF of 2000 may have not led to the realization of women's empowerment and gender equality and equity, including the institutionalization of gender mainstreaming through all levels of government. Maybe it's time for all of us to pause here and take stock and find ways to address the gaps of the current framework. And we are saying that for the Commission for Gender Equality, we remain committed in terms of saying that perhaps it's also time for us to propose new laws that might impact on gender equality and the status of women in South Africa, noting the shortcomings associated with some failures of the NGPF to achieve its intended policy intentions and outcomes. We are saying that most of the quagmires associated with the current NGPF in its form need to point to a direction that says, in its nature, we need to review this. The nature of the policy is non-binding, therefore, in some sense, may be viewed as a failed instrument, as it does not provide directive and non-compliance and lack of policy implementation. I thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We really realize that the role of the CGE is to make sure that we comply. In your presentation, we tend to forget that institutions supporting constitutional democracy, we tend to forget that they are not just there, but they have a specific role to play. And I mean, your input really emphasized it once again, and we really want to appreciate that. I think it is giving a good basis for the commissions in which they can actually use the weaknesses, the challenges, those that you have actually identified and highlighted in our discussion. Let's continue, because I'm trying to manage time. But I'm here in a different capacity. If I was here as the Deputy Chairperson of the Ncop, I would have requested them to put the time here so that I just tell you your time is up, but the information is very important. So we are going to, I'm sure now you see your name on the screen. I nearly said Comrade Floor. So we have invited Salga, and the president of Salga is busy. They are busy with the Likhutla, but they have really sent us someone that will be able to give us a good insight into the gender perspective at the local government level. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Ncop. Let me take this opportunity to greet all in the House, starting with the Deputy Speaker, the Premier of Mpumalanga, my Premier, where I come from, and greetings to all honorable members of Parliament. I'm afraid to mention each one by position, but let me cover all of them. And Ncop. Thank you for doing it for me. Yes, I just want to greet them as well. Councillors, I know in the House here we always have one representing us as Salga, Councillor Charles from Mpumalanga, who is representing us very well.
Just before you continue, I saw the chairperson of the Women's Caucus. And also the chairperson of the Committee on Women
Portfolio.
Yes. I just want them to show themselves. The women must know you because you are representing them at a very, very senior level at Parliament. That is why. Yeah, so I was just trying to show that, Malibongwe, that you are also here. Sorry for that. Can we continue?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I'm happy you mentioned the issue of time. I'm not going to waste more time because I was requested to speak on a specific matter that covers the district development model and maybe focus on issues of gender. But I will cover mostly on that because most of this is something new that all of us need to acclimatize ourselves with. I will deal with that as was requested. Giving the introduction and background, the DDM, the District Development Model, was adopted by the Cabinet in August 2019. And SALGA welcomes the opportunity to ensure that there is coordination in planning for government, and the district development model is premised on institutionalizing a programmatic approach to IGR, having 4 key strategic objectives. That is, the first one, to improve integrated planning across government through formulation and implementation of a single joined-up plans for each of the districts and 8 metros, geographic spaces, and to look at the implementation sides of that. The second one being to enable streamlined and effective local government capacity building by consolidating and strategically coordinating capacity building initiatives and programs at district levels, to ensure that municipalities are enabled to perform their mandated functions and duties effectively and efficiently by mobilizing and making available expertise, key skilled personnel and systems that can be shared between district and local municipalities as needed, and to monitor the effectiveness of government and spatial and development or developmental impact on communities in the 52 district development model implementation sites. I think I'm repeating here. Yes. No, I am fine. Chairperson, the model seeks to deal with the following challenges: to solve the silos at horizontal and vertical levels, to narrow the distance between the people and government by strengthening the coordination role and capacities at the district and city levels, to deliver integrated services while strengthening monitoring and evaluation and impact at district and local levels. The most one which I looked at was ensuring inclusive and gender mainstreamed budgets based on the needs and aspirations of our people and communities at local level. I would want to make some comments on what the chairperson said earlier here, but I think I must refrain from that, Umama Kubele. We are having challenges as well in terms of changing the face of our rural and urban landscapes by ensuring complementarity between urban and rural development, with a deliberate emphasis on local economic development. We ensure a sustainable development whilst accelerating initiatives to promote poverty eradication, employment, and equality, maximizing impacts and aligning resources at our disposal. Deputy Chairperson, I want to look at women and gender structures at local government base. We have structures at different, which are different at municipalities. Their focus is on promoting women empowerment and interests. They have the liberty to lobby all gender groups on an ad hoc basis but are biased to female, even if it looks across that. The multi-party women's caucuses that are established by all councils, they are established with a view to promote gender equity and women empowerment. Now, we have at the national level established, or as per the resolution of the National Members Assembly at SALGA, we established a SALGA Women's Commission, which I chair. That commission was established at SALGA level, but it also encompasses, or it also is a resolution on the decision that was made at UCLGA level. Now we have special programs at municipalities. We have chairpersons that is both Section 79, some are at Section 80 committees of council that are established to assist in terms of giving information to the executive at municipalities. So decisions that are made at that level are elevated to that structure, but they are also coming back to women caucuses so that they discuss them. And it is always good that it is taken to the multi-party caucus, so where all councillors, not looking at different political parties, are sitting and they discuss matters that affect women negatively, and they come up with decisions that will impact all women. The speaker convenes and facilitates a session where women elect the committee, which will elect the chairperson of the caucus. That happens in all municipalities. The chairpersons of women caucus come together and elect the district commissioner where issues will be elevated. You will see as we get to the pyramid there that is coming later on in the presentation. Now, when you get to the provincial SALGA Women's Commission, the chairperson is elected the same way as well. The provincial chairperson of the SWC is a member or ex officio member at the PEC. The membership of the provincial chapter of the SWC comprised all the chairpersons, the multi-party women's committees from district or metros, and the provincial chairpersons. Now, the national chairperson of the SWC is elected at the national conference. The national chairperson, as the chair, you advocate issues and you lobby for issues of females at the NEC, where you are representing all the issues that were raised from locals, districts and metros, the province. Then as the chairperson at the NEC, you then elevate and play a lobbying role and make sure that issues of women are covered in the budget when we do the budget at the national level. The membership of the National SALGA Women's Commission will comprise provincial chairpersons, one per province, and the national chairperson. Now, the next will be how the structures come. The first one being at the local municipality, the multi-party caucuses that I spoke of, and then it goes to the district and metros. We then will have those district and metros reps sitting at the province, and the province sitting nationally. That's how it goes. I think it's normal. It does happen like that with all other structures. Now, the special programs, the member of the mayoral committee gets elected or appointed by the executive mayor as the head in that portfolio committee. And it can be headed by a male or a female, but it will discuss special issues that needs to be discussed, where all special programs are discussed. Membership to the committee is both males and females. It is important to note the following under gender structures in local government, that the scope of work for the Women's Commission and the Women's Caucus is informed by terms of reference, and the roles and functions have some commonalities. There is something common always in that. Most roles may be cross-cutting. The degree of executing such roles may differ. The reporting structures and time frames and accountability is different for all structures. There is political will because we do the advocacy there, and having a dedicated governance structures to drive the program. There is a process to ensure effective reporting and accountability. Monitoring and evaluation is tracking implementation and impact of programs and activities, which happens quarterly at national and provincial meetings. SALGA recognizes that successful implementation of the programs across all levels depend upon a multi-sectoral approach through inter alia the following, which is the first one, joint planning sessions and collaboration with other stakeholders to allow for the exchange of ideas, sharing of lessons learned, consolidation of objectives, rationalization of activities, coordination of funding to address the country's priorities, setting up of advisory groups made up of gender experts from government, the private sector, NGOs, women's group, academia. SALGA and Department of COCTA are working together to facilitate a district-wide engagement with all districts, including the metropolitan municipalities, to enable them to have a better understanding on the context of the model and expectations required. It is our view as SALGA that the success of the model is dependent on strong political will and that adequate support is provided to the district to enable them to have the relevant resources, skills, capacity, and the rest. It is therefore critical that the sector plans of departments do respond to integration and alignment that is being promoted, and secondly, that sector departments plans, they plan with the district and not impose plans that have no relevance to the implementation of the district model. And it is important that we work together as all the structures that are focusing on gender issues, because if we all come together and work together, we will then have it easy to implement whatever favors women. Deputy Chairperson, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Flora. In fact, you gave us a very good perspective of what is particularly going on at the local sphere. So, I was looking at the time, honorable delegates, and I realized that we will have to go to the commissions immediately. I thought that whatever clarities or other questions you have, you will ask that in the commissions. I want us to go to the commissions because I want us to come up with a specific response to the area that is in question today. So we are having 4 commissions, and let me start by saying the Legislative Sector Commission is the one that will be focusing on issues of women's caucus and also on the role of the legislative sector. That commission will sit here in the Ncop chamber. It will be facilitated by the Honorable Bartlett from the Northern Cape, with assistance of honorable Christians from the Ncop. Unfortunately, don't speak about the other relation, leave that one, the other relation between the two of you. So then the second one will be on governance, specifically to respond to some of the issues that was raised by the CGE, by the chairperson, Mme Makubela. And that commission will sit in S35. Sibulelo, where are you? S35. And I would also request that, Mme Makubela, that you join them in that specific commission. S35. Is it upstairs? Upstairs. And that one, no, that governance will sit in S26. S26 is the committee room in the corner. Upstairs in the corner, S26. And then S35 will be where local government will go to S35. So, Mendaba, you are ready for that one. Together with Mme Makubela, you will be able to have a resource person there. Local government, like I said, it will be in S35. Facilitator will be Honorable Gillion. Gillion, I see it's Gillian. Is Gillian, or is it Gillion? And also, we will request that the chairperson of Salga Commission join in that commission on local government. And the last one will be on gender responsive budgeting. That commission will be in S12A. S12A, this one or that? Yeah, okay, and in committee room S12A, and the facilitator of that session will be the Honorable F. Bayeni from the Eastern Cape. I'm looking at someone that wants to be actually given responsibility. Can we request that you, let me see. Okay, no, it's fine. It's not a problem. I actually wanted someone that will assist us with the whole issue of finances. But she is very capable, the young honorable member, and they will be in S12A to speak about the issue of gender responsive budgeting. An issue that we have been raising over a long time, but even if when we listen to the Deputy Speaker in his input, he emphasized actually the issue of inequality between men and women. Now, we are not going to say any minimum and who is going to which commission. You have a choice, as long as we are equitably spread between the commissions. I think, Sibulelo, is there tea or something? After the commissions, it's fine. We will, in any case, then go to it. We start, it's now 11 o'clock. Can we be back here by 10 to 12? Please. Thank you very much. We will be, governance will remain here. Nee, ze gaan het samen daar. Hulle gaan het samen doen. No. Hulle gaan het samen doen. Wat zij met Mr. Ronse. You didn't inform us that you are actually replacing the chairperson. I've been looking at you, but you haven't informed us. Order, honorable members. Can we continue with our commission? Order. Hello, Miss Kat. You
This is our session, and as you remember, the speakers that spoke, the deputy speaker made his input, and then we had a speaker of Salga, that made, so I think we can start from that side and then start discussing, and after everything, we must have our recommendations. So I'll give, as the chair now, I'll give one by one, but just raise your hands to start with the discussions. Sorry? Yeah, now she must. Yeah, before that, I'll give the co-chair also. But I'm Barbara Bartlett, MPL, Northern Cape. Can you first do the introductions?
Morning, ladies. My name is Ncop.
we can use that one.
I think I don't have much to say, but what I would like to the introduction. I've already introduced myself, Ncop, the whip of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus National Assembly. I don't have much to say, Co-Chair. I think as you have just indicated in terms of how we should then structure our discussion based on the inputs that we have received, perhaps let's allow the House to also have their own inputs in terms of what must be the outcomes of this commission. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I think then we can start, but I thought before speaking, when you raise your hand, can you just raise your hand and then we can start speaking? Speaker?
Actually, I must break the ice. I know how it is when we start, it's a bit uncomfortable, but I think I can break the ice. No, I was just speaking to our whip. We are, as the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, we are programmed. But most of the time, our issues is exactly around that. Because other things will come up which will actually prohibit us as a Multi-Party Women's Caucus to have a proper meeting. So I think I'm speaking about challenges. As a Multi-Party Women's Caucus, at first when we had our first fully fledged Multi-Party Women's Caucus, some of the issues was that commitment is an issue. As women, we don't prioritize our multi-party women's caucus where we can discuss our own issues. The time that we got together and we sat down is when we had to discuss the issue of the sector bill from the SADC PF, SADC, that's Parliamentary Forum. Because SADC Parliamentary Forum want women's caucuses in different, and committees on women in different parliaments to discuss the development of a sector bill around gender-based violence. And our WIP have really been trying very hard. So I think we must, in terms of challenges, we must discuss this issue, is the issue of commitment of the women at our legislatures to make sure that our multi-party women's caucus is functional. Because functionality is an issue, programming is an issue, because we don't make sure that there is a dedicated time slot. For us as a multi-party women's caucus at Parliament, they say the last Thursday, comrades,
Every month.
the last Thursday of every month, we must have a multi-party women's caucus. But then the last week, there will be something. So I think there is also an issue of commitment from all the women. We are the majority as women in Parliament. But the fact of the matter is the structure that is supposed to address our specific issues is not functional. So I just wanted to break the ice and to open it because it's the concern that I'm having around the issues of the multi-party women's caucus.
Okay, Chair, yeah, now I thought we'll go through the points and then discuss it point by point for also the scribe to make it easier for the scribe. But thank you very much, Deputy Chair. So anyone else, it seems that we are in a church now because no one is talking and I don't want to be uncomfortable. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bukiwe Fanta, Chairperson of the Women Caucus from the Eastern Cape Legislature. Thank you for this.
Just raise your voice a button.
Okay. Thank you for this gathering. As Eastern Cape, we highly appreciate. As Eastern Cape, for the last 2 days, last week, we have our strategic plan as Women's Caucus, which was very fruitful. And we have identified our strengths, weaknesses, and challenges as the multi-party Women's Caucus. Now for me, what I want to check at the moment, because as a province, we have our clear terms of reference as Women's Caucus. I want to check if there is uniformity when it comes to terms of reference of all legislatures. And the issue of functionality, I think I support Umama, Deputy Speaker of the Ncop. The issue of functionality in our legislatures, especially with programming. On our arrival, we noticed that our Women's Caucus has been given just 1 hour slot, and we had to fight with programming to say the Women's Caucus is dealing with everything. It can't be given 1 hour to discuss, and that was corrected. So we need to check that functionality, and we don't meet when there are crises. We must have regular meetings, and we are able to do oversight. Because our terms of reference are working together with local municipalities. It's us that are going to district and local municipalities to give them, to launch their women's caucuses and give them the terms of reference. But the challenge, we don't get feedback from district and local. They don't give proper report of what is happening in their spheres. When we are able to, as Women's Caucus, to call HODs, for example, on the 13th, in celebration International Women's Day as a province, we doing accountability. We have called the HODs and SGs and MMs and SALCA, which is on the 13th, to give us equity report on their various departments. And we don't take less than SG. We want SG, HOD, or MM. So that's what we are doing. So not to me, I want to nationally to have a clear terms of reference? Do we have uniformity? What are we doing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we must also put a bullet point. I know the scribe will just put point by point, and before we go, we will go through all the recommendations. Because the deputy chair also spoke about the meeting of every Thursday per month. So I think we must also incorporate that as the provinces. Okay. Next speaker. Okay. Just introduce yourself for us to get comfortable with the names also.
Thanks,
There,
Chair.
there. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Katlawa Suzanne Pala. I'm from the Limpopo Legislature. I believe that we are on challenges now. Speaker or Chairperson of this commission, I don't know about other provinces, but in other provinces we don't have a women caucus committee or structure. I think that is a huge challenge. Also, like the previous speaker said, if I can just make an addition, what is the purpose of women caucus? Because you find that in legislatures we've got, like in my province, we've got quality of women, kids and people with disability. So some of the women issues are discussed there, and if we do launch a women multi-party caucus, what issues should be discussed by that and what issues the committee should discuss, because there's no understanding as to how will we be able to differentiate issues to make sure that we don't over-discuss issues of women. And then also for programming, as they said, we are not given enough time for the Women Committee, and I do not foresee the Women Party Caucus being offered enough time. Perhaps the National Committee can request for legislature to report their Women Party caucus meetings, to give them weekly or monthly to ensure that there are structures in place and that meetings do sit in legislatures. And I think also, we are politicians, to be realistic. Sometimes the structure fails to take off the ground because of political immaturity within legislatures. Those are my pointers. Thanks, Chair.
If recommendations, like resolutions when you go out of here. So when you say something, just come with a recommendation also, as a resolution out after the end of the discussions. I think somebody here next to MEC Vilakasi.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Tabile Masondo from National Assembly, serving in the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities, and in the Women Caucus, the multi-party Women Caucus. Yes, I agree. The member, Ms. Lucas, has mentioned that our frustrations is what in the Women's Caucus. So I concur with her, but the recommendation that I can make, just maybe our chairperson, the Women Caucus chairperson, just to write a letter, maybe to the speaker, so that they can look at our proposals that we need to get enough time, because even if we want to caucus before the caucus as a steering committee, we don't have enough time. We need to meet on the lunchtime. Then after that, maybe other members, they come after we have met. Then when we are discussing, then we are contradicting each other. So because we don't have enough time, just to write for them that we need to get time. Because even last Thursday, we were supposed to meet, but because the agency of other matters, we didn't meet, and we don't have a schedule that we are going to meet then and there. Then I have heard that other member there is talking about the responsibility, or maybe what is the purpose of the caucus. I think the relevant person that must answer for that is our chairperson, but because she is not here, I don't know how are we going to make it possible, because we need to get a solution about that, because we need to get a document. We have a document that was drafted by the Women's Caucus so that we cascade the information to other provinces. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, I think that's a relevant question because the second time that somebody's mentioned, so it means when we go out of here, I'll ask the Deputy Speaker, maybe with clarity, especially on the purpose. So when we go back to our provincial caucuses, then you must know what to do and what to say, because we don't want to think where you contradict each other when coming out of the caucus of Women's Caucus. Chair.
Thanks, Chair. What I did, I immediately summoned our content advisor, who's also a researcher in the office of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, to just give members a full brief in terms of what exactly is the role of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus as far as the national, provincial, and local government is concerned. Perhaps maybe she can give you a brief so that all of us, when we move in one idea, because we all know that the multi-party Women's Caucus is all about strengthening the national gender machinery of women in all spheres of government. But she will break it down to us. We know that we are not a portfolio committee, but we are a steering committee that is advocating for equity of women and so forth. But without any waste of time, let me allow Timbagas just to give us maybe a 5-minute or 10-minute brief in terms of the role of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus.
Thank you, Whip. Good morning, honorable members and guests. My name is Tembagazi Mbapel. I'm a content advisor for the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. I'm going to be very brief because I was not planning on doing any presentation. But let me talk firstly about the Multi-Party Women's Caucus here in Parliament. It's a forum for women parliamentarians to advocate for gender equality across party political lines. It's made up of members from the Ncop as well as the NA. It's established in terms of the joint rules. So its function is guided by the joint rules. Mainly, they're not an oversight committee because there is a PC on women, youth, and persons with disability. But the main focus of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus is to lobby and advocate for gender issues for women, both within and outside the parliament. That is, they work for gender equality within parliament as well as tackle women's issues outside parliament. What they've done, each Multi-Party Women's Caucus has a responsibility to identify focus areas for the term. For this current term, the Multi-Party Women's Caucus has identified broad focus areas. One thing that comes to mind, they've decided they are going to concentrate on issues pertaining to women's security and justice. Under women's security and justice, there are issues of gender-based violence. How they work in partnership. They can call any department to come out and brief and lobby and advocate for change. For example, let me make an example about the last term's program. The 5th Multi-Party Women's Caucus advocated for the Sanitary Dignity Project. One of the things they advocated is the removal of VAT from the sanitary program. So each Multi-Party Women's Caucus, whether in provincial or legislature, they can sit down and decide on which focus areas to tackle on a particular term. The representative from the Salga Women's Commission talked about the resolution of the Salga Women's Commission to establish a Multi-Party Women's Caucus within municipal councils. She was saying municipalities can also establish their Multi-Party Women's Caucus in terms of Section 79 of the municipal structure. But each Multi-Party Women's Caucus needs to identify its focus areas. But what is important is that they need to have partnership with critical stakeholders like your civil society organization. The issue of removal of VAT from the sanitary programs from last term, it was done successfully in partnership with the civil society organizations, because the civil society organizations are able to petition to come and brief the caucus on any matter. Then the multi-party women's caucus, because it doesn't have an oversight, it can lobby and advocate for change in a particular area. Let me stop there.
It was so interesting, and though you stop. I think you are doing the same. Exactly, that's why I said it's interesting, because we want, when we come out of here, at least when the provinces go back, then we must exactly know what to do in our provincial caucuses, you see. So when in the caucus, multi-party caucus or whatever, so when you go out with one voice. I'll give the one with the green, and then, then you, and then Mavilakasa.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the House. Mbusisi Weshiba, Speaker of Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. Chairperson, I just wanted to add on what was said by Honorable Fanta from Eastern Cape, that like in Mpumalanga, we do have the multi-party caucuses, the women caucus. The challenge is just that we haven't sit as expected because of issue of programming. But as the person that is leading programming as the Speaker of the Mpumalanga, I will commit myself, because I'm here with Honorable Hrove, also from Mpumalanga, that she's also sitting in the programming, that while we are sitting there, we need to spearhead and also to put that in the programming, because if it's, we put it in the programming, it becomes easy that as a speaker you monitor the sitting of that multi-party women's caucus. We are also going to learn a lot from here, especially the issue of terms and references. Yes, ISALGA do have at local level those multi-party caucuses, of which I propose that we need also to have a memorandum of cooperation or memorandum of understanding with SALGA, so that it becomes easier for us to work with municipalities, so that we could not have different structures, or structures that are working parallel to each other, so that we can know what is happening at local level, and what is happening at local level will also sponsor us at the provincial level. And also the issue of spearheading programs that touches women issues. I think we will also be able to learn from the best, as the presenter said, that the issue of sanitary or dignity packs was spearheaded by the National Women Caucus. We've done that in Mpumalanga, but on the side of government on that time. But the issue that it comes from the multi-party women's caucus, it assists us, so that going back to our legislature, it will be easier also to come with programs that can assist. Secondly, I think we also need just to revive them, and also to have the mechanism of monitoring and strengthening those multi-party women caucuses. And one other thing that I wanted to raise is the issue of budget. I know that there is a commission that is dealing with a responsive budget, but legislatures or our institution are not budgeted as, we are not receiving a budget as we're supposed to receive it. Like, for instance, we are in institution as the legislature, but our budget is being allocated by the provincial treasury, is allocating a budget to legislatures. It's not like other sectors, like like your judiciary, where they received budget direct from the, yes, from the fiscus. Even that one we need to look at, because now the one other thing, it will be the budget that will be complaining about that. We don't have enough budget for the multi-party women's caucus so that they can be able to spearhead their programs. But in terms of budget, legislatures, really we are suffering. If we can also look at that one, I think that that commission that is dealing with budget will also assist us so that going back to our legislatures, it becomes easier for us to implement those programs. And also issues of oversight. The other speaker was talking of the oversight being done by the Office of the Premier, as Office of the Premier is dealing with monitoring and evaluation, of which we need, I'm proposing that we need to stick to that, to say that the Office of the Premier must be dealing with the issue of monitoring and evaluation of what we will be doing. But us, the issue of oversight is us as legislature that we need to do that. The only thing that we need to come up with, that I'm proposing that we come up with as this a sitting, is the how part. How are we going to do oversight to ourselves? Yes, in terms of that, because we also need to do that so that we can be able to know what we have dealt with, what we are supposed to do it as this multi-party. Maybe national will also assist us in terms of oversight. How are they doing it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. As the legislators, we must come up with a plan on that, because remember, it's also relevant to speak about the budget here, because people they will look at us, the other commissions. So it's relevant for us to speak about the budget. And as legislators, we must also come up with recommendations from here. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. As Eastern Cape, we have our terms of reference. We are taking our terms of reference according to our struggles. Your Women Charter, your 1956 March of our Women, we have from MDG 5, now what SDG 5 now. MDG were 3, now we're 5. We're dealing with organizing and awareness campaigns. As a province, we have 1 week as Women's Caucus that we're going all over the province, doing public participation, listening to issues that affect women in all our districts that are 8. Protecting and promoting, defending principles of human rights. Are they happening? If they're not happening, what are we doing? And we have relevant structures. We have our researchers, we have our coordinators with us, so that wherever there are interventions that are needed, they are there. We're enhancing participation of women provincially and locally. Exchange experiences. As Women's Caucus, we're a multi-party, but for us as women, fortunately, in all these oversight committees, we are there. Tina was saying, in our Women's Caucus, we must share the experiences that we have from different committees. And the issue of gender equity must not be a Women's Caucus issue. Women that are in all these committees must make it a point that the gender agenda is there in their various departments that they're oversighting. So that's what we are strengthening in our Women's Caucus, to say, MECs, what are your challenges in your department, especially with gender agenda? Women that are in these committees, what are your challenges, so that we come together. We're encouraging gender analysis of boy and men. We could see most we are in trouble when it comes to a boy child. A boy child is a loose cannon. So we're saying we must have clear programs now that are specifically looking at a boy child. We encourage men as a potential partners in the struggle, those men's forum we must talk to men in our churches, in the society, because the challenge as women that we're having, a girl child at 1 week is raped. So if we don't encourage men to be our partners, we are in trouble. I'm just citing our terms of reference. Encouraging management and development. This is one that I like kakhulu, and that we are suffering kuyo. Promoting discussion of women issues in parliament. We are legislatures, but we are not putting a gender lens in the laws of our country that are disadvantages our women. We've got a case here in Western Cape of a child that was murdered by somebody who was on parole. What are we doing about that? Because it's our law. As legislators, we are supposed to be checking abantwana betata abazifundi, to check and do a submission as women, because go to this parole thing of giving parole someone who has murdered, who has raped. But unfortunately, we are not doing that. So Tina, as Women's Caucus in this Cape, we said we must identify those laws that are impacting negatively to us as women. As legislatures, we do submissions so that our government can change that law. Look at the issue of Pistorius, that case. Yeah, that Oscar. Because there's that law 146/276 that says you can, if you have given so many years, if you are a first offender, even if you have murdered, you can just stay 8 months. We must look at that act, at that law. That law must be changed. So I'm saying those are the issues that as Women's Caucus we have to look at. And for us as women, Eastern Cape, we have targeted that as one of our terms of reference, and many others. One other thing that I want to suggest is the 6th term, the Women's Caucus, to have a strategic plan nationally. Call us as Women's Caucus so that we sit down, even if it's a 2-day workshop, so that we are clear of what we are doing and what we want. Because if we are transparent and honest, the 5th term, they didn't do much when it comes to gender agenda. The gender machinery, was a little bit not there. Typical example, the conference in New York. That conference, because we are not holding it on to you, it is hijacked by NGOs that goes out of the country and talk ill about our country. Because we're not leading there. We don't know even now who is going there to do what. So if they are there, you find NGOs that are talking so bad about us. So if the Women's Caucus can coordinate that, so that whoever is going, even if it's an NGO, you are an NGO that is coming from South Africa, the reason why you are able to go to New York is because of the struggles of women of this country. It's not your own. You can't talk bad about us. And we're not saying bad things must be hidden. We must know them here. They must tell us here what you are not doing right here and here, so that we're able to correct. We will not be embarrassed out there. So I'm saying those are issues. That's why I'm proposing that we must have our strategic plan as Women's Caucus, called by national, so that all the 9 provinces to come together and chart a way forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we just shorten our inputs, because at the end of the, I know we are very much excited. I'm also excited when I'm sitting, but I can't talk today. So I want us to stay at the end of it. But first, I also must say Blondie, because I don't know the name, and then MEC Vilakase at the back. Yeah.
I can't be a Blondie, Chair.
Sorry, I will draw the blonde.
My name is Naomi Nkondlo. I come from the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. I just want to also, I think, just add to the challenges, but take cue from your guidance that we must also make recommendations. I think taking from the presentation of CGE about standardization, I think, support also the latter speaker speaks about trying to coordinate all of us towards some kind of a common program. Because when I was listening to the researcher, explaining the framework, I asked myself whether do we all have the same understanding, same narrative about what is the purpose of the caucus. So I would think whether that must emanate from the National Caucus, but we need that to be drafted into a framework and a guideline that gets to be distributed to all legislatures and I think municipalities, so that at least we move from the same hem sheet in terms of what the scope of the work that we need to do. And I'm raising this because in our legislature, and I'm making the assumption based on the experience in the province, that one would be speaking about the Women's Caucus that is part of the Commonwealth Program branch, because that's what we have. And we recently, I think last week, had also our own meeting to actually discuss our terms of reference. But I think one of the issues that we had to struggle with is the response of the Women Caucus, one, to our issues as members, because we are women, we are affected, by the different issues or challenges that we would want to speak about. A simple example would be what would happen to me as a member if a case, for example, of sexual harassment would happen. Now, between the Women Caucus and also some of the committees within the legislature, be it your ethics, code of conduct type of a committee, what becomes the relationship between the two, which one takes precedence? So these were some of the issues that we're discussing, that we would need guidance, and I think guidelines must be able to assist us to answer some of those. And of course, I think the work within, I think I appreciate some of the comments that were made in terms of how do you take the work of the Women Caucus across all standing committees, so that you don't wait depending how active are some of the women members or men members that are in the committee. One issue that I would like to share, obviously, in our Women Caucus, there was a view of including males. And remember, we do, at this point, through the struggles of women, we do have males that are very active, and feminist in their own right. So where do you place them as members in the caucus, whilst acknowledging that the primary issue of the Women Caucus should always be women? So I'm raising, I think, the guideline, and it helps us with standardization as it was raised. The other issue, Chair, speaks to indicators. It's important, I think the Eastern Cape is sharing their focus areas, and I think also it was raised by the researcher that there are indicators. What exactly are the issues that are being dealt with by the different caucuses? Do they actually contribute to the national agenda, or we're all, like loose molecules dealing with different issues with no necessarily correlation, to actually a common program? So I think it becomes important where, we set those particular indicators, and whether those indicators will then be located within the office of the speaker, who is supposed to ensure that these women caucus do exist, so that at least there is some set rules, in as far as that. So we have a situation where some monitoring is done, because I would foresee a situation where at some point we need to have some kind of reports. Whether those reports are done by the CGE as they were reporting, it shouldn't be a one case where there is a research done, but we need each and every province, municipality, there should be some kind of constant, whether it's annual reports, where we say this has been the performance of this particular legislature in terms of its Women Caucus and the program. Because if we start doing that, at least there will be a sense of urgency and a sense of accountability around these, so that it's not left to the whims of who is active, which province is more active, but we're trying to realize standardization. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I think the last speaker will be MC Velakase on this matter, unless I didn't see any other hands.
No,
There
thanks,
were-
Chair.
Sorry. There were 3 more hands, but if you can just make it short. Let me say the 3, sorry.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me first welcome the presentations we received earlier from the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy National Chairperson. And I want to thank the Deputy Chairperson for creating this platform for us. I think it's very interesting because we are women and we are facing the challenges of women outside there, and we need to make sure that we do something in assisting them. But without saying much, I think the previous speakers has covered on issues that I wanted to raise, because for me, from the Northern Cape, I think it's important what I think the previous speaker raised it to say we need to have that uniformity around this issue. And I want to second and support the issue that says let's have a strat plan where the national will come with clear direction and guidance for us as provinces. Some of us are new in the 6th administration. It's important for us. We must run with these issues, especially women, issues that affects women. We need really to see, the women out there need to see a difference, and we must do that difference. So those clear out, if you can call us together, we get that strat plan, go back and make sure that we do what will make sure that we improve the lives of our women out there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Nsitsao Viola Mutsumi. I'm the Deputy Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature. I'm going to try by all means to be short, brief as much as possible, but also allow me, Chair, to indicate that my recommendation or my submission, basically it will be guided by the Deputy Chair of the Ncop. My suggestion is that, or my recommendation is that to this particular commission, based on the challenges raised by all the members present here, it is given that indeed there are so many challenges when it comes to the running or functionality of multi-party women's caucus. So there is a forum called Speakers Forum, which I believe that is one of the most critical forum that takes decision on behalf of all the legislatures. Whatever the decision that is taken by the Speakers Forum, it must be implemented, it is binding. So why can't we, Deputy Chair, why can't we take advantage of that? The question is, how can we influence the Speakers Forum? Do we have to form part of the Speakers Forum? We know that particular Speakers Forum it has its own guidelines to who must participate, who must be a member in that particular Speakers. We know who is the Deputy Speakers together with your speakers, which we know that they are the heads of different legislatures. So we need to influence that forum in making sure that whatever that we want to advance finds expression. But the question is, how or which route can we take in making sure that our issues can be accommodated in the Speakers Forum? I thank you.
Be?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair, sorry, I'm learning the language. Okay, I'm from a civil society. I'm working for ACJG, the Coalition for the Decriminalization of Sex Work in South Africa. I'm presenting about 114 organizations. Mine is just a comment. I would like first to appreciate the work that was done in the past years by the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. That was a great achievement on our side. They did really a great job to assist us to push the SALOC report. But still more, we are still struggling because we haven't had any feedback from them
I wish if the multi-party Women's Caucus continue assisting us to push for the SALOC report. The other thing that I want to recommend, Mama, she also mentioned about the civil society that they are attending the event in New York. We understand in our civil society, in our own, we have our political issues as well. So my suggestion is that if the multi-party Women's Caucus could work directly with the coalitions that are well built, that present different issues, that will assist us to go forward than individual organizations that they are pushing their own political agenda. So if you can take the cases directly from the coalition, that will assist us a lot as a country to move forward than pushing our own political agenda as individuals. This is my suggestion.
Thank you very much. I think we have a last speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Karen Risi, and I represent an organization, a civil society organization called Mosaic, and we're based here in the Western Cape and work in Gauteng and KZN. As a civil society organization working to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, I need to acknowledge and appreciate the work that has been conducted at a national and provincial level by multi-party women caucuses, especially for those members that form part of these caucuses as an additional responsibility. I want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. I also want to welcome the recommendation that we as civil society organizations should bring challenges and discussion points to these caucuses instead of speaking outside of the caucuses. So I want to thank the member from the Eastern Cape for bringing that up. So then I want to use this opportunity, and I will keep it brief, to raise one concern. Currently in the country, we know that we have a very prevalent gender-based violence problem. And I'm a bit concerned by the lack of programming that I'm learning about here. And as a lobbying arm that the caucus is, and we have a national commitment to responding and preventing gender-based violence, the concern around programming is if we're not prioritizing the programming of the lobbying arm that is the Women's Caucus, then how serious are we about ending gender-based violence in the country? There's a lot of legislative reform that's being proposed and that is being done, and we welcome that. But as women, we need to take back our issues, and we need to be able to be given the space to caucus. So I just want to, what I want to ask is, what can we as civil society do to support the multi-party Women's Caucus to ensure that that space is given within the programming to caucus? So that's a question that I'd like to ask, that what can we as civil society do? Thank you.
Okay, before I give over to the co-chair, thank you very much for the inputs. I think we managed to cover almost each and every point, because we didn't do it point-wise, but we spoke on each and every. I just want to find out, for interest's sake, how many provinces are represented here right now? I know Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Limpopo, Northwest, and Western Cape. Okay. 6. Yeah. The reason why I'm asking that, because to me this is very much important, the session, because we are legislators and we must actually, we didn't speak much about the policy making, but I think we covered a lot of that issues. So I just go over to the co-chair before speak.
I'm sure possibly our whip will want to summarize, but there is just one or two issues that I also think that. But I think it's clear from what came out here is just the issue of uniformity, the issue of standardization, and the business of the multi-party Women's Caucus. So I think they issued a proposal of a lekgotla that is facilitated by the National Multi-Party Women's Caucus for all women's caucuses in the 9 provinces, together with the national, usually it will be the steering committee. So then I think that is the best idea, because in that forum, we can then sit down and have uniform terms of reference with regards to what we view as a term of reference for the Women's Caucus, we can speak about how do we coordinate as provinces together with the national, how do we coordinate our responsibilities. Then also, and that is including the campaigns that Eastern Cape spoke about, and even the campaigns that was run in the 5th Parliament by the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. And also just on the issue of the Women's Charter, we will send the dates that we are coming to all provinces as from the Deputy Chairperson's office, because we are actually tasked with the responsibility of sectoral work. But we are inclusive. We are working with the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. We are working with the Portfolio Committee on Women and Children. We are working with the Deputy Speaker's office. So we were supposed to go next week, but because of the New York thing that is now subsequently been cancelled, we actually postponed our program to start just after the Easters. We will begin with our program in Free State and the Northern Cape. That is around the Women's Charter review process. We started with it last year in the Western Cape. And then also on the issue of the legislative review, how do we as the Multi-Party Women's Caucus or the caucuses from all actually input on the legislation to make sure that it is a gender perspective. That is also the issue. But I think the priority now must be to, as soon as possible, be able to arrange the likhutla, so that we take all this content matter and then move from there. And also on the issue of civil society, sorry, Chairperson, just there, on the issue of civil society, we have discussed it in our project steering committee to say that this is for the legislators and also for the gender machinery, this specific gathering. But we must, as soon as possible, get a gathering of the civil society forum, so that we can also, because women's issues are our issue. It cannot be that on each and every platform we will say different things, whereas we've got the same challenges. And that is why after this we will, by all means, try, and also we will request provinces, when we roll out the Women's Charter review sessions, they must make sure that the civil society is part and parcel of that whole process. Thank you very much.
You already summed up, Deputy Speaker, but also for me, what is also very much important is about the caucus day and the caucus date, because what the Deputy Speaker said, they have their Thursdays of the last month. So I think it's also important for the provinces to have a specific day and to stick to their date, to have the information that we need. I think then I give over to the co-chair.
Thank you, my co-chair. I think I would like to echo the words of the chief whip of the ruling party, who usually says there's never been a sixth term. We're all new in the sixth term. And as we've met for the first time to try and develop a way of how do we work together moving forward in terms of advancing the interest of women. I think Deputy Chair of the Ncop has summed it up in terms of what must happen moving forward. But I also want to agree that the sooner we have the strategic planning or a lekhotla, that would be better, because that would be able to assist and guide us in terms of how do we move forward with the sixth term in terms of advancing the national gender machinery. So without any waste of time, because we had said that we should be done by 10:02, if there is no any other clarity or a comment that one wants to put forward, I would like to propose, Chair of the Ncop and my co-chair, that we adjourn the commission and we would meet after. Yeah. Okay. So the meeting is adjourned for now.
Good morning. Oh, it's actually good afternoon. Welcome back, honorable members from lunch. We would like to start. I would like to. We were promised that the weather will become warmer once you have arrived. I did request them to come and switch off the fridge. And they promised that it becomes colder when you are not inside. This is why when you enter, you can feel the chill. So it's going to go down. They promised me they'll do that. Otherwise, they are listening to me. They will act on it so that it becomes warmer. Please allow me to correct my initials. There's report back session there, and my initials are written as LS. Nobody in Parliament is Home Affairs. Even Home Affairs needs my permission to change my initials. My initials are SL, Tsenudi. Yes. So we would like to give the rapporteurs, whoever was given the job, to give us feedback briefly. The idea is that you shouldn't give us the state of the gender machinery in the country for an hour. We would like you to give us a summary, the highlights of your commission, so that we have a sense of what is emerging from your consideration of those issues. So let's start. Who's going to start with the, which commission is ready? Now, here's the podium. Yeah. Please introduce yourself. And if you can take less than 10 minutes, I'll give you a State of the Nation award.
It's going to be less than the chair, I assure you. Afternoon, honorable members and people from the civil society. My name is Ncop, a member of Parliament in the National Assembly, also a member of the steering committee of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. So our commission was on Legislative Sector Commission. Just to give a bit of a background is that we advocate, advance and report on gender equity and women empowerment. The commission looked at some of the challenges faced by women's caucuses in advancing a gendered agenda across legislative house. The commission noted that lack of synergy in terms of planning and programming of the Women's Caucus was a challenge. Lack of standardization and uniformity must be prioritized since it hampers the effort of work done by various legislatures. Lack of authority in terms of placement and powers vested in the structure. How can Women's Caucus ensure the mainstreaming and institutionalization of women's issues across committees to affect oversight over age and priorities areas? The commission resolved that time allocation for all women's caucuses must be prioritized. Call for a multi-sectoral approach to advance and deepen the work of national gender machinery through formulating a memorandum of understanding between local government and the legislative sector. We call to improve integrated planning across all spheres of government and address working in silo. Call for outcome-based oversight to monitor and evaluate the work of a national gender machinery. Issue of gender equity must not be left to women's caucuses. Partnership should be forged with the Men's Forum since it's a critical partner to fight the scourge of gender equality. Call for development of national strategic plan for all women's caucuses. The Commission further noted that the gender-responsive budgeting initiative has not been successfully applied to mainstream budget and therefore call for review past division of revenue and consider the recommendation of Financial and Fiscal Commission. The Women's Caucus must be instrumental at driving this work in order to achieve a gender-based budget. We need to advocate and lobby Speakers Forum to prioritize gender issues and to lobby various legislatures to formulate practical and achievable indicators and monitoring tools, organize a national lekgotla to robustly discuss way forward, civil society to be part of the rollout of Women's Charter Review. 2019 also marked a critical milestone year as we observed 25 years since the adoption of the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality. Parliament is currently rolling out the Women's Charter Review session across all 9 provinces, taking cognizance to review all the relevant legislation that have been enacted to improve women's quality of life since 1994. The Women's Caucus must prioritize this work. So thank you, Deputy Chair. That's what our report, thank you.
Deputy Chair is sitting down there. Yeah, thank you very much. We must be accurate. Next commission.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in our midst, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, Honorable Members. When I'm saying honorable members, I include everyone, MPs, MPLs, councillors, and members of or leaders from the civil society. Good afternoon. Our commission looked at the issue of gender responsive budgeting.
Please mention your commission.
Gender responsive budgeting.
Oh, gender responsive budgeting.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes,
for me,
Honorable
yeah,
Speaker.
thank you.
My name is Fezeka Bayeni from the province of the Eastern Cape. I'll be a rapporteur today. I'll take just a few minutes, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I won't exceed your 10 minutes. The questions that we seek to respond to was whether there are mechanisms that exist in government to make gender responsive budgeting across all 3 spheres of government. And in the commission that we were, we agreed as part of the discussions that in South Africa, the issues of gender responsive budgeting started as early as 1995. So 25 years into democracy, we still are not confident in terms of pronouncing whether as government we have mechanisms in place that respond to gender sensitive budgeting. But there was something that was developed in 1995, which was called Women's Budget Initiative, which was really mooted to ensuring that there's gender equality in policies and programs and budgets. And I think it was established at the right time because we were just 1 year into democracy. So we needed to look into mainstreaming issues that relate to gender as well as race. So that was mooted. It was called Women Budget Initiative. But we all agreed in the commission that subsequent to that period from 1995, there was no willingness, whether administratively or politically, to make sure that you can actually see issues that relate to gender in terms of all our budgets in all spheres of government. So in essence, our answer is yes. There is some level of mechanisms that exist. But as to whether those mechanisms are really helping us in ensuring that we foster gender-responsive budgets in all our 3 spheres of government is another debate, and we believe that it does not help us. But after the yes, kona logo.
Yeah.
Kona logo.
We get you.
After the lull from the Women's Budget Initiative, in the year 2019, in March, the Cabinet then adopted a framework, not an act, but a framework called Gender Responsive Budgeting and Auditing Framework, which its main aim really was to look exactly in the same way the Women Budget Initiative was established for. Now, our gripe is that it's a new framework, and it has not trickled down to all spheres of government or departments. And at this point, we are not even sure whether the Minister of Finance has really spoken to its elements as a framework. And our gripe is that since it's a framework, chances are it will be very difficult to enforce it because it's only a framework, it's not an act. Examples that were made were, if you compare issues of HR, you have Employment Equity Act that enforces government departments to ensure that in order to meet employment targets or equity targets, you then use it. But with respect to the budgeting, there is no such. We also spoke about the Division of Revenue Act, which speaks to 30% that must be allocated to women in terms of procurement. But you don't get a standardized framework that tells you how you need to enforce that. So it's left on departments as a prerogative whether they implement it or not. So that's where we left the first question. Now the second question that we needed to answer was whether there are structural and institutional arrangements that impede gender responsive budgeting. We said yes. The fact that there has been a lull for a number of years, 24 years into the existence of women budget initiatives is a telling that there are structural impediments to gender responsive budgeting. One of those is that there is no ring fencing of, and maybe one of the questions we asked was, what do we mean when we say gender responsive budgeting? What are we saying? Are we saying should we have allocation that speaks only to women? But the response was that when you are speaking about gender responsive budgeting, you're speaking about a budget that responds to the needs of women in the same manner in which it responds to the needs of men. So we said there are impediments in that there is no binding mechanism that tells all the departments and all the spheres of government on how to budget, specifically focusing to gender. Even in instances where you get treasury regulations, there is no mechanism to monitor the implementation of such. And as well, there is no disaggregation of information when budget planning is done. You can't take a budget of, shall I say, Department of Trade and pinpoint that these elements of budgeting or these line items speaks to gender sensitive budgeting. So we agreed that that is something that as government we need to look into, removing the institutional impediments that would then respond to gender responsive budgeting. The next question was, does government's financial, fiscal conditions and institutional arrangements create an enabling environment for gender-sensitive budgeting? In the Commission, we all agreed that if you look into the budget as a structure, there is an environment created for gender-sensitive or responsive budgeting. And we said that because if you look into the definition that I gave above of what is gender-responsive budgeting, take for an example the issue of social development. If you look at the allocation towards grants, it favors women. And our argument was that it does not favor women because it's women. It favors women because then in terms of the population, women form a majority in the country. So by default, some budgets by default, not by design, favor women. And that's something that we need to look into. Another example that was made was that access to education and budgeting, therefore access to education, does promote gender sensitivity because you don't get girls that are chased out of school and they are included in terms of the budget. But what we noted, specifically with respect to gender-based violence and femicide, is that our budgets do not speak to catering for women in the main, because gender-based violence in South Africa is mainly targeted. Not that it is not done against men, but it is in terms of statistics, it is seen that it is targeted against women. We looked at the issues of budgeting for a perpetrator when that perpetrator is apprehended, as well as budgeting for a victim when that Nomzamo is still sitting at that shelter where she was raped, and that person that raped her is in jail, in a cell. The budget that is allocated to Nomzamo in a shack is 70 rand per day. in terms of services that they get. But if you look into the budget that is allocated to a perpetrator that is incarceration, it is more than 350 rand a day. Now our budgets don't speak to issues of responding to gender needs or women needs. Now the next and possibly the last question, which also dealt with the recommendations that we spoke to. We then said, because there is some form of framework that has been established, our recommendation as the Commission is that, one, let's have an act that enforces gender responsiveness in terms of budgeting, so that we are able to monitor and not leave it to departments to use its prerogative, whether they would allocate 30% for women or not. But also we said, in terms of budget planning, the data that is used, most in South Africa, we know that gender does not speak to female and male. It now includes LGBTQI. Yes. So whenever we are collating data for budgeting purposes, our data must be segregated, and it should indicate that this specific amount would then speak to gender sensitivity. But also what we said is, it is a disgrace that we pride ourselves as having a country that has a 50-50 sort of representation in terms of women in positions of leadership. But we are still talking about non-implementation in terms of gender-responsive budgeting. And our call as the Commission is, what are we doing as women? Do we come to these forums and note, believe, and go home and not do anything? So the status should change going forward. The last one was that, let us not come here and talk, and not have a follow-up. Starting with examining the budget that was recently tabled by the Minister of Finance, whether does it speak to the issues that we have been speaking about of being gender sensitive or gender responsive. And the only way we are going to monitor that, we all here have a responsibility of oversight. Now let's go out there in our own departments, in our own legislatures, in our own councils, and conduct robust oversight over the budgets. Let's analyze them line by line and force departments and municipalities to ensure that their budgets are gender responsive. Lastly, we then proposed that a follow-up summit is needed, so that we firstly train the honorable members, but also we analyze. We are going to in terms of the provinces, we are going to our provincial budgets. Let's go and analyze those budgets as well as conduct oversight. Otherwise, there is some level of some work that has been done, even though it has not been sufficient. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fezeka. Thank you very much. Next, thank you very much. Madam Deputy Chair, please do not be ageist. You know, I'm here and I'm not young anymore. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And all protocol is observed. Our commission was dealing with the issue of local government and the responsiveness of government as a whole in line with the new district development model. So the first thing that was noted by our commission was that, yes, there are structures that are on the ground, and that local government is the custodian of all challenges that are happening in our communities, in our wards, but this is not then reciprocated in the budgeting, as the honorable member that was presenting here was saying. So they were saying that in order to elevate the gender planning processes, the issue of budget must be addressed. The gender-sensitive agenda must be matched by a gender-sensitive budget. And they said that Treasury must take local government seriously. The inclusion of 30% of women-owned companies in procurement is a non-negotiable, because it is when we empower women economically that women are going to be confident enough to walk out of the hellholes that they're currently captured in. we said that we must create more engendered platforms where women will continue to be educated about what gender mainstreaming means, even those that are currently holding high positions and are taking serious decisions when it comes to this particular issue. We said that there should be improved advocacy that is located in the offices of mayors and speakers that is going to deal with educating, targeting the boy and the man, because men and boys are perpetrators of gender-based violence and femicide. And when we continue to only educate the victims and not educate the perpetrators, we are still going to be here in the next 100 years. So the Commission said under the district development model, they expect to see that SALGA must embark on a vigorous campaign throughout the country in all municipalities, educating councillors about what the district development model entails. They expect to see the implementation of the IGR framework, not as it's currently implemented right now. They see it as an option, but it is not a framework that is compulsory. It seems it is done when it favors one party and it's not done in certain instances. So under the DDM, the Commission expects to see the improved partnerships with the private sector, the NGOs, and the NPOs. Councillors are urged to assume the role of being advocates for all women in their communities, not only women that are affiliated to their political parties, because when a woman who belongs to the EFF is raped, it's the same as when a woman who belongs to the ANC is raped. So councillors are urged to be advocates of all women in their societies, because women should not feel they cannot go and report to the municipality or to the councillor because they do not belong to a particular political party. Under the DDM, we expect that there's going to be provision of women's support of the women that are toiling in those male-dominated environments, such as the mines in the Northwest, because those women have to carry those jobs because they have to do sexual favors. We want to see under the DDM an improved appetite by the national and provincial governments in giving women in rural areas access to basic human rights, access to better health services, access to adequate transport, access to shelter, because women are raped carrying their babies because they have to walk long stretches of roads to get to a clinic. And we said on the issue of women and land, under the DDM, we expect a pronouncement of how women...
Sorry. What do you mean by DDM?
The district development model, the integrated...
Can I ask you to say so every time? And I'm addressing not you, all of us in the house here. There are people who are going to listen to what you are saying. If they are not part of this environment, they won't understand what we are saying, okay? We understand that, but when those outside wonder what you're talking about, so I'm appealing to all of you, down with acronyms and abbreviations, down. Down.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I take your leadership on that.
Yeah,
and then we said lastly on the issue of women and land, that whilst we are waiting for the land that we are all fighting for, we appeal to all municipalities to make land available to women who are currently only owning 10% of land in the entire country. So in those pockets of land that are owned by municipalities currently, municipalities must be deliberate in giving access to women, in prioritizing women in making use of those land pockets. And lastly, Deputy Speaker, we also call for a follow-up summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Chairperson of CGE, Commission on Gender Equality.
For gender equality.
I listened to you do what you was doing, and because I was sitting on the floor, I couldn't raise a point of order. So just remember, don't repeat any of these acronyms you like.
I won't,
like
I promise.
Me. Yes.
Thank you very much,
Thank you very much,
Deputy Speaker. And thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and all protocol observed. The Commission was looking at governance issues, and I think there were about 11, 12 questions that we had to respond to. The group, the Commission deliberated quite a lot on issues, and we agreed that most of the issues and questions that were directed to this Commission were questions and responses that the Commission for Gender Equality responded to earlier. But over and above, we added the following. The Commission strongly felt that, because I think earlier we did indicate that provinces were structured differently, and in fact the same, except for Gauteng as well as Western Cape provinces. And we then took a decision or made a recommendation that perhaps we need to look at Gauteng model in terms of the developments as well as the new developments that have taken place in Gauteng ever since CGE went into reviewing the Gauteng model. And we thought that the Gauteng model and perhaps the Western Cape model may actually inform the processes moving forward, and we must learn from those best practice models, because it looks like there are just few best practice and lessons that we can learn from those models in Gauteng and Western Cape. We then also discussed the issue of the different ranks on the gender focal points, and we recommended that perhaps the fact that most of the gender focal points were employed at a junior level, they were junior officials, they were not able to make or influence major decisions. What we need to do is to make sure that we then promote them to higher ranks or higher officials. But I think the discussions went on to say that perhaps we don't need all of this, but we need a full directorate. A full directorate that is fully staffed with, the HOD or the DG, and we move down to the Director General and Assistant Directors in that particular directorate that will actually influence gender mainstreaming within a government department. We also realized that perhaps the role of the Department of Public Service and Admin, it's an abbreviation here, must look into the structures of various departments, because they are the ones who determine, how the standardization of operations and appointments should look like. So we thought that yes, the Department of Public Service and Admin are not here today, but I think in the proposed summit by the previous speaker, perhaps we need to invite the Department of Public Service and Admin to actually come and advise on a better structure moving forward, so that we are actually effective and efficient both at national as well as provincial levels. And these structures should actually report to the Deputy Director General or to a minister. We further looked at the need towards uniformity in the structuring and operations of the gender focal persons, and we said that with the standardization of operations, we need to make sure that we look at policy imperatives. Perhaps we need to review current policies or develop new policies that would look at or emphasize on the standardization across provinces and the departments as well. So I think policy imperatives, and with hope that the legislature commission did talk about whether we need to have an overhaul of policies as well as legislature and acts that will actually direct us to the right direction. We identified some poorly funded institutions such as the Commission for Gender Equality as well as the Department of Women to be able to do their oversight work. And I think, Deputy Speaker, we are actually recommending that the budgets that are allocated for certain functions and bigger mandates should be looked at, so that both the CGE as well as the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, because even the scope has been broadened, these need to be looked at so that they can effectively play their oversight roles. I think the issue of audit came as a point of discussion, and we emphasized that a lot of audits and data collection needs to happen so that it actually informs the way forward and how we should actually be clear on areas of accountability. And we talked about budgeting and staffing at various units, and we said that even these new directorates that we are proposing should actually be looked at in terms of budgeting properly. With Department of Public Service and Admin, we further said that this department needs to form part of the new development, and it should actually inform processes in as so far as status of employment of the gender focal persons, the conditions of services, the remuneration, and other related processes are concerned. So DPSA will actually be guiding and guarding us in terms of how the gender focal persons should actually be remunerated, including conditions of employment. We further said that the Department of Public Service and Admin should revise these structures in offices of the Premier, and they should work closely with Premier's offices, and we need to inform and they need to actually guide us in terms of the reporting formats as well as structures that need to be there. So DPSA is quite key here in these discussions and deliberations, and they should not be left behind as we move forward. Another thorny issue that was discussed in detail, Deputy Speaker, was the issue of the communities or persons or populations that have been left behind by the former processes. And we said that we must stop dumping other vulnerable groups like persons with disabilities, youth, and LGBTIQ within the gender focal persons. And we need to further really look at how we define women to include LGBTI communities so that they are also part of the national gender machinery, and we shouldn't actually be leaving these populations behind. I'm coming back. My presentation is jumping. We also looked at the change of the framework. There were certain targets that were put a few years ago, and I think those targets that are still speaking to the 30% women participation should be revised so that it's not only 30% women participating and or getting preferential procurements and all of those policies that we have, but we need to actually now begin to look at increasing targets from 30% to 50%. Gauteng has started doing that, and I think we should actually look at provinces perhaps following on those best practice models that Gauteng has started. We said that we need to look at unit standards and courses that are offered in as so far as trainings are concerned, and we strongly felt that as the Commission that the gender focal persons should actually be exposed to rigorous training, and we spoke about the role of the School of Governance and whether the training should even be elevated to a status of the gender focal persons getting a particular unit standard, whether it's unit standard 4, level 4, 5, or 6. But I think we should actually standardize and professionalize gender focal persons in as so far as training is concerned. Budgeting was another big issue that we discussed, and we said that perhaps what we need to do is to look at the MECs that are responsible for finances in provinces, they should look at the gender-sensitive budgeting issues. But I think there was also another point that was sponsored to say that the Auditor General should actually look at, how budgets have been developed, but also whether these budgets are actually, in fact, let me come to the MECs first. They must be held responsible for budgets that are not speaking to gender focal persons and having a dedicated budget for these gender focal persons. So the MECs in all 9 provinces should be looked into, and they should make sure that the budgets are gender sensitive. I'm looking for a last point that we made about the Auditor General, and it's I must declare the computer is mine and I'm having trouble in operating it. Commissioner, I'm going to ask the Deputy Chairperson just to assist us with the point made on the Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Moliko?
Thank you, Chair. The point made, honourable members and all protocol observed, was that the AG looks at financial efficacies. They have tools to measure irregular expenditure and other financial indicators to look at the performance and the health of our economy, isn't it? So the point that we made was we need to look at gender issues in the same light. There should be a performance card where we create data that we can collect. I can see people are looking for me. Let me just stand. We should create we have data that we can collect for monitoring the efficacy of our interventions, and also to monitor how effective municipalities, government institutions, and other stakeholders are doing in response to the effectiveness of our policies. So what we're saying is we are always recommending policy, but what we need to do is measure the effectiveness of those policy indicators and whether they're being affected by institutions. So data must be collected, but institutions like the AG need to broaden their mandate, and if necessary, acts, I think, have been suggested, or circulars to enable that to happen so that there can be an oversight, that CGE then looks at that to say, okay, it's not happening, it is happening, but there is a database whereby you have information that tells you and records with tracking tools whether or not we're able to do that. Thank you
very much. And I think on that note, Deputy Speaker, we said that the AG must take it that it's a mandatory, it's mandatory for them to make sure that institutions report timeously, but also we report from a common baseline. If we're talking about local municipalities, there should be a baseline, and if it's department, there should be a baseline and targets that are set for municipalities, provincial departments, as well as national departments. I thank you.
This was the last commission report back, right? Okay. Let me make a few comments and then I'll hand over to the chairperson. I'll disappear to go and prepare to chair the next sitting of the House. I'd like to start where the last presenter ended and her support. Institutions like the AG and, for example, monitoring and evaluation in the presidency, that across the board, what we are suggesting is that the instrument they use to monitor and evaluate must include the budget sensitive one. And so similarly, the FFC, when it evaluates budget as presented as an independent institutions that oversees treasury, they are the ones we should be listening to see what they are saying about its gender sensitiveness, okay? So these are specific structures that have oversight responsibility and independent thing. Like in Parliament, we have a budget office. They must throw the budget at our face if it doesn't have the gender-sensitive components to it, right? So that structure there should, as created, should have that impact on that work. I just wanted to say that In 1995, this occurred to me when we looked at the incoherence following the Commission for Gender Equality's presentation. When it said there is, I used the word incoherence of the structures in the provinces. Two are one way, the others are different, and so on. So my question was, what are the reasons for that incoherence? So that we examine what led to that incoherence, so that we address it, so that it doesn't reoccur. If there's a way in which we can find the actual thing, if you say you've got a headache here, and you say to the doctor, I've got a headache here, he will listen to you, might not even smile, but then we'll examine you and give an objective view, okay? After, sorry? For plaster pain. That's an interesting word. So the issue is that can we diagnose what may reoccur if we don't address? Because we would like to move towards a coherent approach to this question. So we must not, if I may use that word, and I'm not using it critically, gloss over appearances of difference. We must go into those differences. They might actually be a source of creativity. So let's examine them and not go over them and seek what is it that we can do differently to ensure we really meet the goals for which when we next meet, we do that. My final point, we must expect resistance. Now, and the point I want to make about resistance is this. Resistance in and of its own is not bad. It often says to those we claim are resisting that they don't see why they should change what has worked for them all along, in their opinion, until they are presented with material that is significant, that allows them to re-look at what they've been done all along. So the problem is not them, the problem is us. When I spoke about the necessity for us to be careful of using acronyms, it's because we defeat the message we want to send across. We create potholes of not understanding, and then we get surprised when people didn't hear us. This is why it is always right from the onset, what we communicate is as clear as it can be. So similarly, when people resist, let's examine what are the reasons for their resistance, so that we can turn back and demonstrate and provide evidence that indeed what they are afraid of, we have dealt with, and here is the evidence that it can work differently and so on. I thought I should say that because often what happens when people resist, we pull out our clubs and we want to bash them out. Okay? So let's find a way, especially on this matter, which is of such societal depth that requires rigor from ourselves. I thought I should say that, and thank you very much for the opportunity. The chief whip was whispering to me when he saw visitors out there. He says, you know what? Those visitors might assume that this is how our parliament looks like, majority women. And I told him that's not going to happen. They'll find out too soon that it's not a true reflection of the House. But thank you very much. I really appreciate this work, and what you are suggesting about the next summit is in line with others, for example, in the public accounts environment at a municipal level. They were saying to us the other day, we need an oversight conference to look at what are the problems with oversight. Why haven't we been effective in the conduct of oversight in the last 25 years? So I'd like to place it on your table so that when you finalize, as you reflect on this matter, you give us a sense of how we can link the issues we have spoken today and those of looking at oversight, especially around these issues that we have spoken about today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and also to the rapporteurs and those that work so hard. You know, I cannot believe it that in this short space of time, such quality work has been done. It goes to show that we are very serious with regards to the issues that we are busy with, and we want to see definitely that our work makes an impact. What did I do with the program, Nongeni? What did I do with the program? We are really very serious about what we are doing, and we want to make sure that people take us very serious also. Thank you very much. People take us very serious also, because it is an issue. Let me first start by, I thought we will allow about 10 minutes for comments after the commissions, but if you are fine, because in any case, some of the members must go back to the house sitting at 2. So we want to, but that is why I said the commissions mustn't be too long. Again? Or didn't you register outside? Yes, Speaker.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Just one issue. We are requesting that all the presentation be consolidated and be sent to different provinces. Thank you.
MEC?
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, also to say that I was worried about the gender issues that were discussed. I think it was in the second commission, but also of them because in most provinces, the organogram of the gender focal person, the directorate, is not really in the organogram of the department. Maybe just look at that issue also. I thought I would mention that.
Thank you. Because it is one of the things that I was thinking that we have our program. Let me start by saying that. We have our program. Part of our program is the review of the Women's Charter, of which we will be rolling it out into the provinces. We wanted to start next week, but we postponed it because of the fact that many of us would go to New York. But now that New York has been cancelled, it won't be possible to come back and say, no, we are going back to that program again. So just after the Easter holidays, we are starting with a process of Women's Charter review sessions in all the provinces. We also want the provinces to involve the civil society, and we would also want to have in some of the provinces, particularly those that are having vested universities, we want to have some stakeholder engagement as part of that. That is part of our program, and for the last quarter of 2020, we have already put the review, the very same summit that we have today, for an assessment of the work that we've been doing right throughout the year, at the end, almost nearer to the end of the year. So the issue of follow-up is definitely there. But what is important, and that is possibly, I decided not to do a summary or a program of action, because what is important is that all of us are from provinces. We would want you to go back to your provinces. Do something similar as what we've been doing here. And when the review of the National Gender Machinery Framework, the public hearings reach your shores, we are ready with our inputs. But what I've also observed, and it's some of the things that we actually anticipated, is that we will have to, at one stage or another, have the DPSA as well as the DPME, monitoring and evaluation, as well as Treasury. We will have to, at our next gathering, we will have to have representatives from that specific departments to respond to the issues that are being raised by the women. Because we cannot just speak, and we speak in a vacuum, and there is no results. One of the, I think it's the speaker of Mpumalanga that made a proposal, and I don't know whether people listen to you, on the issue of the funding of legislatures. And just yesterday, we had a discussion, as the NCOP in our committee review of our strategic plan. And one of the things that was raised by the acting secretary to Parliament was the fact that as a legislative sector, we need to legislate our existence so that through that Treasury can directly, like they are doing for judiciary, like they are doing for exactly what you have said, remember. But it is something that we are going to follow up from our side, but we also need to make sure that the proposals that came out of here, that the specific departments that need to play a role, the presidency also particularly for the fact that OSW and the whole coordination of the women's agenda is within the office of the president. And I think we will have to have all the different departments, that is the line function departments, that will be able to coordinate the engendering of our government. We will have to engage them, but not through only our committees that are existing, but also through forums like this one, so that we can get the necessary rapport or the necessary engagement, and people begin to understand. Whenever I sit there, or someone in the committee, Honorable Ndongeni, or whoever is in the committee, and say, but this is what the women want, they will look at you and they will ask you, I wonder when they did this one consult the woman. She went to Ncop, now she come with the story of the woman of Ncop. But if they can be here and we present, this is the report from our engagement on the 4th of March, and please come to our meeting and respond to the issues that have effect on yourself. And then we can be able to say that, but we are making progress. My dears, I must say, from a perspective of being in the Women's League for a very long time, we have been speaking about these things. It has been raised on different platforms. We have been raising it with those that are responsible, in the responsible positions. But I think it's time that we as women start to show them that we are taking ourselves serious. So we want to be taken serious. And that is where we are now. And that is where we are going now. Because for the next few years, we actually really, I don't think it can be difficult. If you look at Rwanda, for instance, Mayor Makubela, if you look at Rwanda, for instance, they could succeed in making sure that the agenda of women is very high on the agenda, the issue of women. So South Africa, as a leader in the continent, and particularly now that our president would want to take the women's agenda to the African Union, what are we saying as the women of South Africa? Or what are they saying about us? So that is the thing that is very important. I'm speaking a lot and I don't want to speak a lot. I'm getting nervous. Yes, Ma'am Cole. Assist there. Assist there. Assist there. I'm sorry.
Sorry, ukudisturba nokubuyisela emuva. Ngine concern la mina. I'm not happy. Ngalo meeting yoni right inhle. But khona la ngiphatha ngambi khona. Kunama province la aneyinkinga uthola ukuthi akamelelekile la. Like njenge province le suka kuyona bo yama la KZN. Okubhlungu kunakho konke iwari yami. Angiboni ngisho MEC bakhona. Bengithi next time. Kuyofuna nenze show ukuthi if mhlambe imeya yakulo ndawo, I mean say premier umuntu wesilisa, nenza show ukuthi kubakhona ozoze zommelela la. Ungaba ilo okuthiwa ideputy yakhe. Ngoba lezi zinto zi right, but kodwa manje thina ziyas affecta
Ngoba if sizokhuluma ngezinto ezithinta abantu besifazane nangendlela okufuna kusetshenzwe ngayo, if bengekho la nabo bezoyibophezela njengamanye ama-premier lana nama-MECs akwamanye ama-province, iyangithasha mina ngiphatha kambi. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Ma'am Kaule. Let me tell you, I'm a presiding officer. And I've taught myself to hear what people say, even if I don't understand the language that they speak. And I think we should have done this at the beginning of the event, to say that KwaZulu-Natal will not be present here. Because yesterday they had the address of His Majesty the King, and today they have the State of the Province address. So I think it's the major issue that Ma'am Kaule had a problem with, that she doesn't see people from KwaZulu-Natal. Secondly, the event here in its totality is being recorded and it's being captured. So we will make sure that we ensure you that all provinces will get a copy of the deliberations, so that you can also use it in your own deliberations, and you can also have a clear understanding as to what we actually want to achieve as the women's sector, because it's important that we need to really, like I said, take ourselves serious for people to take us serious, and we need to make sure that people hear us, even if from where we stand, that they hear us and they take our issues forward, and we take our issues forward. We will definitely take our issues forward. We've got all our different chairperson of the Women's Committee is here from Parliament. Our whip from the Multi-Party Women's Caucus is here from Parliament. From Mpumalanga, we have both the Speaker and the Premier here. Northwest, we have our Deputy Speaker here. We've got from Gauteng, I saw one MEC, so I don't want to say one, that's why I was two MECs from Gauteng. So all of us that are here, we came with a common purpose, and that is so that we can understand how we are collectively going to take this issue forward. We've got also two MECs from the Northern Cape, just right here in front of me. I see, not because I'm from the Northern Cape, but I see them. And also we've got someone, if I look there, someone looks like the Deputy Minister. So, Sisi, I'm sorry, it's now the first time that I see you are here. You know, yeah, no, I know where you are coming from, and that is why you had to be here. Noma Kanjan, you had to be here, thank you. No, from Mpumalanga, yes, also the MECs, but we are excited if we have the Premier. And Eastern Cape Salmanet Barclay. Mndongeni, you are in the NCOP. Please, my dear, help me. Yeah, no, remember that she reported once here in the NCOP. Yeah, she was here. So, what I like about this summit, when we called it, we could not even anticipate that really people at the level where we are would all take this so serious. And we are really, really, really appreciative of that, particularly since we have told ourselves at the end of this 5 years, the women agenda should be, the women issue should be squarely on the agenda of Parliament, and through Parliament on the agenda of the executive. I even spoke to Mogoeng when I went for his State of the Judiciary. I said to him, Parliament have declared, the executive have declared. I heard nothing from you, from the judiciary. And that very same day, he declared. And even when we meet each other, he said, we are waiting for you to actually involve us in all your programs. So we made sure that all of us, and today it was to make sure that it is national, it is provincial, and it is local, so that we can be at all levels, horizontally and vertically, so that we can understand one another, and we can sing from the same hymn book with regards to the issues that we are speaking about. So, without much further ado, if the vote of thanks of the Chief Whip is not here, Are you all right, Audrey? You want to thank everyone here on behalf of the Chief Whip? Maleka, on behalf of the Chief Whip, you just want to thank everyone here? And Dongeni says she's not from Mpumalanga. Audrey, if you don't mind, just move to the mic and just thank everyone on behalf of the Chief Whip. Whilst Honorable Maleka is moving to the mic, the Chief Whip asked me to apologize for him because we had the strat plan of the committees, and one thing that they wanted to do is to make sure that the programming is conducive for everything that we want to do, and Chief Whip had to make that input at that event. Mama Leka, is it not working? It's working. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That is launching Dongeni, not what I did to you.
Is that I just came now because we're having a strategy planning. I thought the Chief Whip is on his way. I want to thank all who participated to today's program that was arranged by Deputy Chairperson of the Ncop. We appreciate those who managed to contribute for the issue of the gender, because it is something that is facing our country. So I want to thank you all. Because I was not here, I don't know what was happening, but I will say thank you for all who managed to be here today to participate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Now, Dongeni was saying I'm launching the women of the Ncop. I didn't launch, but I really properly launched Maleka. She was properly launched. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just also take this opportunity to say, this is the beginning. It's not the end. We will be in touch. We will keep you engaged. We will meet you in the provinces when we go out for the review sessions. But we will also come back to Parliament to assess our whole year's work and to make sure that those that we are supposed to be engaging, we engage them, and we have a feedback on the issues that have been raised today. I really want to appreciate all of you for the attendance, and particularly also because, you know, the Deputy Minister, please forgive me, she was my DSG in the Women's League when we were still very, very fresh in the Women's League. So it is someone that I can never forget for the role that she played in my life in building me as someone, that person that I am today. Thank you, DM. I appreciate the fact that you really came. Thank you very much to all of you. Mzwandile, is there lunch? Sebo? They will serve a finger lunch just outside in the foyer. You all are invited to enjoy something. Thank you very much. Next time we'll take you out to the waterfront.
This thing must show that you are real. Don't talk, it's going to be recorded.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let me just say for Tebe. Hello, comrades. Halala Bafazde, halala. We're just here to say thank you.
Make sure the flag is... Honorable members, House, Deputy Speaker, just want to... Honorable members, Deputy Speaker, Honorables, I just want to...
Order in the house, order.
Hey.
Yeah.
But I want you to stand this way so that you get the flag. This way, so that you get the flag. Act up.
One client.
You was 14. Man.
Reclamation.
Isalma auto simsidi bathong. Hlaisa ile fu. Hlaisa ka pele. How hlaisa ka pele mo? Hlaisa ka pele mo ngotseng eno. How?